Welcome to court, everybody. How is everyone? We are back to Ace Attorney, or at least a good Ace Attorney game. uh, don't I'll finish Spirit of Justice eventually. I just am so not into it. I need a break. And I realized that I was playing no Ace Attorney whatsoever while avoiding Spirit of Justice. So, that said, I don't mean to alarm you, chat, but do you see this art here? You see this character here with his hands in like a square? Well, I thought it looked familiar what was in that little square. You guys probably can't see, but no. Please, no. Please, no. The pain. All right. Language set to English. I'm loving the resolution, the default resolution. Select a language? You just told me you picked English. Do I have to look at their privacy policy? No, I don't. Now, I know some of you were here when I played a bit of the DS version. Yeah, Judge Olivia is here. Genshin Impact to my wish list. Aniv, are you a pedophile? Be a furry and play ZZZ. I might actually download ZZZ to my PS5. That seems like a fun place to play that. Borderless, let's go. I love borderless windowed. Art style. Well, I went to the trouble of paying for this thing, so I may as well keep the updated style. Looks pretty good, although Edgeworth's face looks a bit too anime, in my opinion. Wait time. Okay. Let's go. ZZZ barely has any furries. It has Von Lycone and the bear. It'd be nice if they added more, but... okay. It's funny there's only 2 of these. Anyway. Oh, they finally added another furry character? He's not playable? That's fucking cringe. ZZZ Big Daddy. It says Vampire Survivor. I fucking changed it. God damn it. Thanks, Twitch. Okay, this collection doesn't even have, like, a Twitch category, so this is great. I mean, Edgeworth himself does give vampire vibes, I guess. Vampires and pretentious prosecutors, the only people who wear a cravat in current day. Who's Big Daddy? Oh. Okay, he's like a biker guy. You know, I'm not super fond of boars as far as, like, anthro character designs go, but, like, that looks pretty cool. Definitely not my type, but cool, like, boar design. Turnabout visitor. That text looked fuzzy. I mean, ape sonas are kind of just humans. To make sure the defendant is found guilty, what other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. Nah, I bet you going to prison. Oh no, the hinges are still on the outside. They didn't fix that. That's a bit of a fucking security issue, I think. Hold on, I'm drinking something. Yeah, no wonder someone was able to break in. All of the hinges are exposed. Why are they on this side? They should be inside. Yeah, let's go. It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. The door is unlocked. Also, the hinges are on the outside. What the fuck? Thank you for the sub, Niru. Very much appreciated. Detective Gumshoe? What's the smell? It's very familiar. Blood? Blood... Does blood really have a scent? That shocked face is very funny. Oh, what the... What's the meaning of this? Freeze. Well, Gumshoe's in this game, nerd. Don't worry. Although, does he only appear for, like... I don't remember. COVID sucks. Not wrong. But also, you can't catch COVID, Aniv. You're an AI. Identify yourself. This looks very weird. Like, art style-wise, this is kinda bizarre. Yeah, this is a spin-off where you play as Edgeworth instead. Hold on. Need to check something. Oh, do I not have... Right, that's like a highlighted VOD. I don't have it on YouTube. I just kind of want to compare this to, like, what it looked like. Hey, Tammy. Good to see you. Nope, that's way too far ahead. Didn't I highlight all of the investigations playthrough? I guess it doesn't really matter, since we're starting over anyway. Shut up. You've got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. I already had someone commit murder and then shove the body in the trunk of my car. It kinda fucking sucked, alright? Like, I've been through a lot. Can you just leave me alone? British, Olivia. Yes. Yes, my British accent is quite terrible. We should swap accents then. I don't know what you sound like. I just know you're British. Hold on. There is nothing worse. Edgeworth can't stop being framed for murder throughout his entire life. There is nothing worse than being friends with Phoenix, right? It's happened to Edgeworth, it's happened to Maya. Right. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrust into a multitude of cases and some very frantic and busy days. It's funny that they described this as a chibi style. That's not really what this is. Although the art... it looks weird to me. Am I the only one thinking this? Alright. Have fun at work, Tammy. Cause, like, Edgeworth's shoulders are, like, really fucking broad, but his legs are, like, kind of small. Does anyone else seem weirded out? How is this chibi style? I don't know. Like, I guess because it's not, like, a fully detailed drawing of Edgeworth. I finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well. Please continue your investigation. Yes, sir. I like how Edgeworth is still talking, even when he has no dialogue on screen. Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Are you okay, sir? Keep it down, detective. You know about Ronnie's quest? I beat Ronnie's quest, Aniv. This is a crime scene. When I heard that a murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Dick Gumshoe. He is a detective with the This is Dick Gumshoe.
So jazzed to meet you, sir.
I'm sorry, did you say jazzed?
Yes! My name's Richard Grayson, but all the kids at the orphanage call me Dick.
Well, children can be cruel.
Yeah,
And the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. You look a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. However... Ugh! Look what they did to your office! It's totally trashed! I'll say, the culprits sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. Murders, mud... It's all the same to Edgeworth, I guess. Whoa, sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing. Yeah, he doesn't really care that there's a dead guy here, he's just upset that his office is messy. This crime was committed in my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it. Ho-ho! That's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Why did you pin that, Das? Hold on, I need to turn the heat on in my room. Also, good to see you, Das. Oh, I haven't had my meds yet. I should deal with that real quick. Is my mic going into the red? Am I loud again? Believe so. Okay, sorry. Okay. Fixed. At least for now. Taking my antidepressant. Grabbing pills. Pills! I would love to play Left 4 Dead again. It's been so long. Why isn't my mouth moving? What the fuck? There we go. I love Left 4 Dead. Valve makes so many fucking bangers. What's like the worst Valve game? Ricochet? Even that I don't think I've heard is like bad per se. That card game they did? Card game. Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. Valve had a card game that flopped. Hold on. Fire truck alarms. Or not alarms, but like the siren, like a fire truck just went by. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. Artifact! Oh, right. You mean that... You could have just said Artifact, because I recognize that name exclusively because the Artifact, like, category on Twitch is pretty much exclusively for piracy. Yeah, this person is playing episodes of House. This person is playing the 1994 Spider-Man series. Bruce Willis Dementia. That's a pretty distasteful name. Jesus. Better Call Finger? Is this like Breaking Bad? No! Wow, what a great way to watch Breaking Bad. Yeah, upside down with a negative filter. The best, clearly the intended way to watch this show. Holy shit. Someone's playing Big Trouble in Little China. I remember there was a time when people were like streaming Morbius. The funniest thing is that one of the Morbius streams, it didn't get like shut down until the movie ended, which implies that there was a Twitch mod there who didn't shut it down because he was watching the movie, and then when it was over he's like, okay, now you're banned.
Like, they just wanted to watch the entire movie first, I guess. Oh my god. That is a mixed reaction. Yeah, people seem fine with it, like... Oh, it's called Artifact. Cool. And then they see a Dota card game and... It kind of reminds me of, like, the fucking, hold on. So, every time there's a new, like, DLC for Smash, some people fucking, like, react to it. Hold on. There's, like, this store called Nintendo World. And you can see them, like, soying out over, like, whatever DLC just got announced. Their reaction to the Piranha Plant. Oh man. Hold on, let me mute the game for a second. I wish I watched the Joker reveal live. Unfortunately, I did not. Make sure you kick Oat's ass. Emit, however the fuck you pronounce that. Aniv seems to be talking shit about another speedrunner, and that's funny. Anyway. Oh, the poor soul's saying Gino. Everyone's just kind of like, huh? Alright, cool, yay, Piranha Plant, let's go. They're cheering, but like, it's almost reluctantly, where it's like, alright, sure, why not? Give me a second to finish this granola bar. Where was I when Sora was revealed? Was I watching that live? I don't remember. I saw the Sephiroth reveal live, because that was like the 2020 Game Awards, I think. Or whatever year Cyberpunk came out. I only remember that one because it was on my birthday. They were streaming the Game Awards on December 10th, my birthday, and it was really funny because like that was also the release date for Cyberpunk, which had been like so hyped up, but the reveal was so like not the reveal, but the release was so unbelievably fucking disastrous. Sephiroth killed Mario, true. Or fucked up his pants, anyway. What was I gonna say? Sakurai has had enough.
What
Ridley
the flip
also
is up,
killed
guys?
Mario.
Your Lord and Savior Masahiro Sakurai
That
here,
Reggie
the creator
photo.
of Super Smash Bros. And welcome to the final Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Direct. I am proud to say that we are revealing the final 2 fighters for the game. So let's check them out. That's right. Ken from Street Fighter and Incineroar from Pokémon are now playable fighters in Smash. This means that there are a total of 74 fighters in Smash, over 100 stages, and around 10 billion music tracks. Unfortunately, we couldn't add trophies to the game. They just take too much work to do. I mean, look at Daniel over here. Poor guy passed out because he is so exhausted. Daniel might be dead, but it's okay because we are—
God, why did you have to remind me that Incineroar is literally Pokemon number when you see it?
adding spirits instead. Collect them, level them up, and
Yeah, it is funny. Spirits are literally just PNGs, but that's like the closest you get to trophies.
power up your characters. This is it for today's Direct. Has anyone got any questions?
If Shadow isn't playable, I am not buying the game.
There are 74 characters in Smash. How can you not be satisfied?
No Shadow, no buy.
Okay, let me add Shadow really quickly. Oopsie poopsie, I added Piranha Plant instead of Shadow.
It's kind of funny because, like, Shadow's an assist trophy already. It's always a next level cope when I see people trying to, like, advocate, like, add this character who's already an assist trophy to Smash. Like Waluigi. So it's not happening.
My bad, guys, but it's okay because I can fix it. Oh no, I have pressed the kill all the Smash characters except Kirby button instead of the fix problem button. I am such a silly bully. I guess no Shadow for you. You ungrateful
I love that Reggie got closer.
I am such a silly bully. I guess no.
He's just getting closer.
No Shadow for you. You ungrateful shitbag.
Fair. That's Todd Howard, not Reggie. Although I guess we have no Reggie emotes. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. We do have Reggie the Mouse, who's like an eldritch monster now, which is kind of fucking fire, if I'm being honest.
Speaking of things that pique my curiosity,
Yeah, I'll watch the Game Awards.
why of all places did the murder occur in my office? I get the nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind.
You don't say. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? I mean, my first assumption would be this is someone trying to, like, frame Edgeworth, which, you know, nothing new there.
No, not really, especially because of this. The key to your office?
For security reasons, this office door has a lock built into it. Yeah, it's a very secure door, where the hinges are on the outside. What do you mean, sir?
If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you.
Logic?
By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic.
So, how do you use it? How do you use logic, Professor... Professor, I'm retarded, I'm sorry. Detective Gumshoe says. Master Gumshoe. Why did that word come to mind? First, I recall the information we've gathered with Q. Oh my god, just the keyboard keys. Jesus. It's always so funny. First, I recall the information we've gathered with Q, and then I connect them together with T. It's like, Q? T? What are you... Mr. Edgeworth, what are you talking about? Now to use Q and recall the facts.
Jump and press the circle button, and then press the... Jump and then press the circle button right before you land on the spire.
Okay. They've got this weird puzzle kind of effect going on. I always did find it kind of funny. Like, I remember playing the fucking Sly Cooper games when I was a kid, and thinking, like, did the turtle really just say press the circle button? Even as a kid, I was like, what? How does he know what the circle button is? Is it really coincidence that the murder took place in my office? Crime scene in my office. The office key. Hold your left stick forward to move. Fly! For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks. Which means it would have been hard for the murderer and victim to get in here. Unless, of course, they had a screwdriver to take the fucking hinges out. Because the hinges are on the outside where the pin can be removed. Who designed this place? Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? It's so funny, because this is like a re-release of the game. They had the opportunity to fix the hinges, and they didn't. You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to the conclusion, only the truth remains. Ace Attorney tutorials are always so funny, because all of the characters sound like kindergartners. However, like the first Ace Attorney game where the judge gives you the tutorial and it's like, Phoenix doesn't know the victim's name, the defendant's name. I don't know how the fuck he even passed the bar exam, to be honest. If the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir! Begin investigation. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Hey, Wizard, good to see you. The basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir. I know that, and when I want to examine something, I simply use space when I'm next to it. What do you mean space? What are you talking about? Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just use T, okay? They got T. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, they got T! It was supposed to be an easy grab. Well, it ain't no easy grab, they got T. I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. More like ace defective. Detective Gumshoe. More like stupid Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. If you want to get up and grab some water, just press the J button. Woo! Look at me go. I can go diagonal. Me investigating. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? Is he alright? Alright, anyway. What have we here? What have we here? I don't know, Edgeworth. I'm not sure what this object is. Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? You don't say! If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. So they had a gun trained on you, and just threw it on the ground and ran away instead of running away with the gun? Why would they throw the gun on the ground? Like, they would be expecting to get tackled if they did that. I think I've seen one of these before. Care to enlighten me as to where? Oh, I know! I was issued the exact same model, I think. Okay, so it's, I believe it's called, like, a Nambu 2? Nambu 2? I think that's what the standard issue police pistol is in Japan. Hold on. New Nambu M60, this is it. Yep, that's definitely the same model. Exact same shape. That is a Japanese police officer's gun. I find it interesting that the cops in Japan use revolvers. In the US, our pistols are like, magazine-based, I think, for police officers. Hold on. Standard police pistol, United States. Yeah, I think revolvers look cooler. I just don't know how efficient they are. Okay, in the US, the cops use the Glock 22. Which you can see as a magazine instead, which makes more sense to me. How many rounds does the Glock 22 hold? $15. Yeah, it has 15 rounds instead of 6. I guess the Japanese police are just way more confident about their accuracy. If it were up to our American government, every cop would probably have an AK-47. Detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. Why are you a cop? But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. Yeah, I remember the Nambu 2 is also the default weapon that Naoto starts with in Persona 4. Which makes sense, she is a cop. Now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much, except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it. We have literally never seen Gumshoe use his gun ever. I'm not sure he even has one on him most of the time. So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by this precinct's detectives. fancy. This is definitely an interesting remake. It's more PC-ified for sure. Like, they definitely had PC users in mind. Like, this is a much better... oh my god, what? Okay. Why is his face literally just :3? His face is just :3. He was a cat boy. Dick Gumshoe is 32. What the fuck? That's how old I'm going to be next month. Ugh. I don't want to be as old as Detective Gumshoe. Ugh. They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. What day is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I've got 18 days until I'm that old. Christ. I feel like I should still be in my 20s. Whatever. Hey, on the bright side, I'm not gonna be a 32-year-old virgin. I got that shit taken care of. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Let's see here. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area. Oh, sorry, that's Gumshoe. Oh. Okay. Later, wizard. Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. Yeah, 40-year-old virgin is, the name of that movie. I had 9 years before I was that. In other words, he was shot. Yep, and the autopsy what a dumb fucking... There's blood on his abdomen. The bullet passed through his stomach. In other words, he was shot. Good deduction, Edgeworth. I'm so glad you're here. Now that's the power of logic, fellas. I think this man was shot. MDMA? What the fuck is MDMA? Ecstasy. Okay. It's a gnome made of ecstasy. Huh. Very interesting. Yep, and until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Bullet went clean through the victim's abdomen. The body was found at around 2:05. Are you gonna be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Wait. Like 2:05 a.m.? 2:05 a.m. Edgeworth, my dude, what were you doing at work at 2 in the morning? Damn. They expect some unreasonable fucking hours from prosecutors. Of course. It was the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Although I guess to be fair, looking at how fancy Edgeworth's office is, he probably gets paid a lot. Alright, if you say so. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to press E to open my organizer. The organizer isn't only for evidence. I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. What do we have here? Hey, I think I've seen one of these before. The police badge detective. Oh hey, I have the exact same thing actually. What a coinky-dink. Let's take a look inside. I cannot with the fucking... They may as well have made it, given him a fucking woo face. I do believe this man might have been a furry. Mr. Buddy Faith. It would appear that our victim was a detective, just like you. I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. Like now? Revolver. Victim is a detective. It's interesting how much they changed the logic menu. They don't do the thing with, like, the little white orbs, which makes it kind of weird sound design-wise to hear the sounds for that, but not see them. I wonder what it looks like when you fail. The revolver, the standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Yes, sir! On it now, sir! Excuse me, pal. Let's see, what have we got here? Mr. Edgeworth, sir, this guy's wearing a gun holster. So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. As I always say, you gotta look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use the directional buttons to rotate an object, and there's no such thing as a bad angle. Oh, I could think of one bad angle. Use Q and E to zoom in and get out of this get at the nitty-gritty. Yeah, I think this would be a bad angle to examine the gun from, Gumshoe, don't you? The inside of the barrel's looking awful clean. Impressive. I think that it's so easy to take a life with just the pull of a trigger. You know, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use at track and field meets to start races. That's literally a revolver. You take off before it's fired, everybody always ends up following your lead. To chase you down for a false start, detective. Now that you mention it, even when I finish first, I always wind up in last place. Looks like only one round was fired from this. Wow, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wrestling the gun away from him. Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. Your files are all over the floor, sir. Edgeworth did shoot his dad's murderer by freak accident, hilariously. But he shot the picture, though. Yeah. Which is an important contradiction. If the person who threatened Edgeworth was the killer, then there would be 2 rounds missing. Very clearly, the killer and whoever, like, was threatening Edgeworth were not the same person. Oh, and I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all that time and effort I put in pointless. Did he reload? Why would he bother reloading after, like, firing 1 round? I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I wanted the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I like the word gum upside down written in blood. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day, every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled. Does he have a life? No. I guess this is about all we're going to find out. We should send this body to auto- Jim! Amy! I can't believe you committed suicide. I can't believe you committed suicide. How could you have committed suicide, Jim? He's even shot in the torso like Jim from Fateful Findings. That's hilarious. Why, oh why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? I cannot believe you committed suicide. I cannot believe you... Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone. Just let me be. Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? The body? Don't talk about him like he's just some lump of flesh. I mean, he is now. That's what a dead body is. It's not a person anymore. Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night. Sure. Just in a blood-stained suit, pal. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes, I am. I'm Jock Sportsman Prosecutor. That stupid fucking name. Yep, it's not Ace Attorney unless the names are stupid. Jim here was my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So, you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that is correct. Then it was you! You're the one who killed Jim! Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them. Yeah, and hinges on the outside. Although the door would probably still be on the ground. I can't imagine someone would, like, commit the murder and then put the door back. And only the owner of the office has a key to his or his own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. So it was you then! You're Jim's killer! No way, pal, you got it all wrong! Everyone calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should know how to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? Hold on, I need to get readjusted in my seat. Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. My floor is vibrating. The garage is directly underneath my room, so that happens every time someone uses it. You're something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on then. It's your room after all. Thank you. I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there. Sir. I want you to capture the scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. I should probably give them some space. Do I want to know what emote L is? Oh, I already checked the gun. My bad. Stop, 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 stop. R. My favorite button. Oh, your jacket, sir! What's it doing on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. The killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? Well, they missed the jacket. They dared to shoot the ultra-special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? Yeah, his prosecutorial debut, where he wasn't even able to convict anybody. The suspect just fucking vomited blood over the stand and collapsed. What if they had shot through it? Would have been a disaster. It's not worth getting worked up over, detective, when there's something more here. Huh? Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, detective. There's a giant contradiction right here in front of us. Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. God, you're so gay. I have my own methods, and I will conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. This is it. This bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor at it and press T with conviction. They got T. And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. Stop talking to yourself. This is how I do things. Ace Attorney tutorials are so dumb. Oh my god. This is how I do things. This is how I do things. Eureka! Eureka! This bullet hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim, and the second felled this frame. Hey, that's right! Yeah, Ace Attorney tutorials just kind of assume you're a fucking idiot, so they always have to write the dialogue in a way that makes it sound like they're talking to like an actual preschooler. However, this gun was only fired once. Hey, that's true too. Which means that one of these two bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes? What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Oh, it's a secret safe. Well, if it's a secret, why are you telling him? A secret safe? Oh, I smell money. I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Roger that. Achoo! Achoo! Talk about dusty. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I had no idea there was a safe here, or I'd have kept it clean for you, sir. So when did you put this thing in? It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? I had no idea. Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. So what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial's in session. That's it? Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This disgusting smudge next to the keypad is definitely interesting. Now this is odd. You found something, sir? This keypad, don't you find it to be a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, forensic scientist. Yes, sir. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. I couldn't find, let alone lift, a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. As I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with the information we have. Okay, so is that... I guess that's the hint that I'm supposed to do this. Well, what does it look like if you fuck up, I'm wondering. Man, that audio does not work as well with the puzzle pieces, huh? It's weird they kept the audio from that, but, like, replaced the visuals. Killer's goal... Wiped fingerprints. I don't know why they would bother reloading. Unless they, like, already only had one gun in the... If they only had one bullet in the fucking chamber. Like, that'd be kind of weird to begin with. I believe I figured out what the murderer was after. Well, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime. Files are a mess. Struggle. Motive theft. There is a possibility that the files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh, you mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Yeah, it would be weird to have like a full cylinder of live bullets shoot someone and then reload that one bullet. Like, that's why the gun holds 6 rounds, so you can fire 5 more times without reloading. Maybe the killer is, like, one of those people who, like, in first-person shooters, they'll, like, have a gun that holds, like, 50 rounds, fire 1, and then reload on, like, 49. Because they don't like the number being uneven. Maybe it's one of those people. Just compulsive reloaders. Oh, you mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any files have been stolen. Like me? Yeah, that's also me. Yes, sir. I'm gonna shelve files like you've never seen before, even at a library. Sure, let's give that a try. I actually wouldn't mind if more games did realistic reloading. The only games that have, like, realistic reloading I know of are Killing Floor and, like, Cry of Fear. They always let you keep, like when you reload in a game, it always lets you keep, like, the same amount of bullets. When, like, you should... Like, reloading with, like, a gun mostly full of bullets is a stupid thing to do in real life. Because you don't eject individual bullets from the guns. You eject fucking magazines. Sure, let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And, so what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? You know... I get it. The entire point of that clip was just so Charlie could, like, threaten Sneeko back. Like, hey, if you show up to my place, I will actually shoot you, like, type deal. There's nothing wrong with calling them clips. That's, like, normal. I don't know why he felt the need. I guess that's, like, all he could come up with as an excuse to, like, show his guns off. 'Cause, like... both words are correct, clip and mag. Hell, I remember they used, the term clip in, Mass Effect. This pistol doesn't have a thermal clip. First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. It's a funny clip. Dankster. Clips are different from magazines, though. Are they? Whatever. You got it. Here, let me help. So this file goes here, and that book goes there. You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal. Okay, done. It appears that the murder was definitely committed here. Ugh, the bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh. suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. And then the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. Ugh, you know I'm no good with blood, sir. I like how I pulled out the cheese grater and a Niv is pogging, true. If you're no good with blood, then why are you a detective? I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. I mean, there's no blood right here, which is kind of weird. I'm so tired. The victim's handprints. He must have tried to support himself with his hands here after being shot. There are prints on the floor, too. Those must have been made when, unable to stay standing, he dropped to the floor. It appears that the victim is in a sitting position here after being shot. Oh, so that's why the seat of the victim's pants has blood on it. That would be the logical conclusion. No, he just, like, shat blood until he died. The gunshot had nothing to do with it. Just explosive bloody diarrhea did him in. There's nothing of interest here. I put them all back just as they should be, sir. Doesn't look like anything's missing. Although it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. I wonder if they found what they were looking for. Okay. Do I deduce something now? So this is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? Which doesn't make any sense. Well, the bullet to be lodged so squarely in a file spine indicates the files were ransacked after the shooting that occurred. And I guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way. Went through the victim's spine. There's clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole. What do you mean, sir? You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up. But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir? That would be illogical. The victim leaned against this shelf here after being shot, which suggests that he was standing when he was shot. And that means... Wait, what does that mean, sir? It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What's the faulty assumption that caused this problem with the bullet hole's position? Okay, I think I picked the wrong one. Yeah, this is the wrong one. I would argue the position of the handprints is also kind of relevant, but whatever. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Sorry, I am very tired right now. I am running exclusively on caffeine. on. It's just, I remember the answer. Those folders are not in the right spot, because the bullet would have had to have gone through the victim and then hit the spine of the folder. Which, I feel like the position of the body and the handprints are like actively contradictory towards, but whatever. I believe the order of the files is a bit off. Like, pretty much everything is wrong here. You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on this file are wrong, sir. Oh? Yeah, you see how the files that were shot begin with the number 0? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Oh my god, Gumshoe noticed something. Good job, Gumshoe, you did it. Are these books, like, AI upscaled or something? It's just, I see some text that's, like, borderline illegible. And after Persona 3 Portable, I don't hold it past any game company that makes 2D games to just, like, toss files into Waifu 2X. It's like, there, it's upscaled. Actually, the way they're organized now is the correct order. They're exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. The numbers are all out of order. Yeah, it looks like they might have used Waifu 2X. I don't know. I guess they wouldn't have, like, redrawn it for high def. Yeah, they probably are, like, waifu upscaled. That would explain why the text is, like, fucking impossible to read. It's not as noticeable as, like, the upscaling in Persona 3 Portable, though. Those white binders are special, so they are arranged a little differently. You use Waifu 2X for... Yeah, I use Waifu 2X, like, a lot. I mean, not as much recently, but there was a time when I found a lot of uses for increasing the resolution on art. It's like the one good AI art thing is upscaling. Like, upscaling is pretty cool. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha, so that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you did, Detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. Okay, do you think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it moved? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it logically should be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly, and then proceeded to shoot the victim. Why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. Files were thrown into disarray twice. Once before, and once after the crime. But why? Because there's two culprits! The robber and the killer are two different people. We established this. Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. There must be some reason as to why the victim's body was moved. There's no time to ponder that now. Let's continue with our investigation, Detective. Roger that, sir. I'm ready to go. As I expected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. And we figured out that the killer went through your bookshelf twice. Indeed, there are many things that the killer did that don't make sense. But to figure out the whys, we need more information. Alright. Let's address the elephant in the room already. This... What is that? Huh, I wonder what that says. Why does it say gumshoe on there in blood? I'd say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed. No, wait, there's gotta be a mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me. Say something, sir. It appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what the killer was really after? Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. Now this most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you, it wasn't me! You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it! Debate time, debate time, debate time! I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you gonna do? What I always do in court. I'm going to cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique. Also, when the fuck does the prosecutor ever cross-examine people in this game? Like, the cross-examination has exclusively been up to the defense this whole time in, like, all of these games. They really expect the defense to do all the work. Ooh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? I don't want the tutorial. Mr. Portsman, if you are ready... Aw, if you don't have the time, you could just say so, sir. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. I like that there's a debate feature. The final boss of this game is debating destiny. Have fun. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer. I can hear Jim's voice, and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Oh, I bet it is. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic, and expose it with credible evidence. Rebuttal. Destiny? That's a woman's name. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead.
Hold it!
The audio still sounds very compressed. You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Huh? What is it? Why do you call the victim Jim, when clearly his name is Buddy Faith? I need to check something. Damn. Oh, what? Okay, they rejected my refund request for Wukong because it was over 2 hours of gameplay, which is objectively incorrect. And now I realize I somehow put in a refund request for, like, when I gave Wukong as a gift to somebody else. Which is really weird. Yeah. Okay, I sent another refund request. I did not play Wukong for 2 hours. Like, no shot. Yeah, 69 minutes, just a little over 1 hour. But it's been, like, more than 2 weeks since purchase, so who knows if they'll actually give it to me. Is it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion. Jocks and Jim. Don't those names go together like peanut butter and jelly? I like that this guy is so fucking narcissistic, he, like, changes the name of his partner without his consent. But Jim isn't even close to the guy's real name. Well, Jocks and Buddy sounds off somehow. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys I decided to nickname Jim. So does that mean Miles and Dick is what we call Edgeworth and Gumshoe? I mean, Miles and Dick do go together like peanut butter and jelly, so... Hey, November. Good to see you. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys I decided to nickname Jim. He talks about the victim like he was his pet. Further, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead.
Hold it!
It makes me think of that weird running joke in Persona 4. Like, specifically the spin-offs. I don't think this ever happens in the original game. But in the spin-offs, there's this weird running gag with Yukiko renaming other people's dogs to, like, Japanese generals throughout history. Do you really think it was necessary to dishevel my shelves twice to do that? That's true. Okay, then maybe his real intent was theft. Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth? It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle. That's very possible, Gumshoe, let's be real. I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal. They're all instant ramen. Okay, so all 3 of them happen to be instant noodles, but... Poor thing. What an evil prosecutor you were paired up with. And what a motive, no? That's a cute emote. November. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of a bookshelf.
Hold it!
And why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing? Because the body was getting in his way. He had to mess up your bookshelf somehow, right? Hey, November. Yeah, it's November month. Woo! Because the body was getting in his way. Oh. Because the body was getting in his way. He had to mess up the bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding.
Hold it!
Why do you think that the killer didn't notice the bloody letters? The body was covering it quite well, wouldn't you say? That's how he missed it. But judging by what I've seen, it doesn't take much for your detective to miss something. Who do you think you are? You know nothing about me, pal! There's a lot a person can understand about another from first impressions alone. I can't say I disagree with him on that point. Well, why don't you say something, sir? Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Despite his lack of attention to detail, I don't believe the detective to be the culprit. Oh, you're depressed? That sucks, November. Sorry about whatever you're going through. Well, you have full support from me, alright? Nobody could have overlooked the bloody letters, and I can prove it with evidence. I couldn't ask for a better setup for the game-finishing spike. Is this Kamoshida? And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice.
Hold it!
By the way, I might be doing like a Persona 5 Royal playthrough with another streamer sometime. Winter Depression. Oh, yeah, good point. Oh my god, that emote. This is a good emote. The drowning high five me. Where's like the actual meme? Yeah, here it is. Good meme. Are you saying those letters weren't intended for you? Thanks, Anev. Olivia. Olivia. Yep, Jim's an outstanding detective. I would expect no less from my former partner. Looks like Mr. Boltzmann still doesn't understand. He has yet to figure out the true meaning behind the bloody letters. What are you sputtering over there? Can't you just admit my logic is perfectly sound? Actually, there's a gigantic flaw in his logic. A gap so wide that even the good detective can spot it. Now, to clue Mr. Boltzmann in by presenting him with some evidence. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Yeah, Olivia. Okay, what evidence do I have? Okay, 0H is missing. Hey, Tuvox, good to see you. Filers? Why would he have written it upside down? Maybe that's what I present. I know I played this case not that long ago, but my memory is, like, not good. Hold on, let me save before I do this.
Objection!
Yeah, the game's not taking that. Messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. It's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshop. Hey Drago, good to see you. Man, the boy kisser in that gif is so caked up. It's so fucking... it's fucking crazy. Wait, no, if he messed up the files, he would have noticed the bloody name, right?
Objection!
That's not the contradiction?
Objection!
There we go. Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there is a serious flaw in your logic. Bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking, I get it. If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files on that shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines. It's possible they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters and the detective's name, where the file should be, is proof. Yeah, I mean the S is gone, and there's only half of an H. If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Which means, what exactly? What does that make this dying message? It makes it the work of criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low! Can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir! I'm gonna get him, sir, you'll see. I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well, Mr. Portsman? Brilliant! Absolutely splendid. Logic deserving of Olympic gold. I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. Stretching. Actually, let me take a break. I'm gonna stand up for a sec. Big stretch.
I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. You win some, you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. I know that fucking feeling. Hello, let's go. But you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up. However... What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Hey, Beth. Good to see you. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say? Well, I was thinking, did you know there's one other person with the key to this office? One other person? Hey, you there. Yes, sir. What is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady for me? A lady? The girl's a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. I just found the weirdest username on one of Jack's Films videos. What was it? Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal, don't! What's wrong with him all of a sudden? I believe she needs no introduction. I have called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Man, this bitch is unlucky. Donald Biden minion. Huh. Maggie. Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. I see. And your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. Yeah, she's wearing the fucking Blue Badger shirt. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. Yeah, I can't wait for HD Blue Badger jump scare. Bite my shiny metal ass. What? If you are not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you! I would never sneak into someone's room. That's right. I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right. I did it. Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. Motham froze to death? Huh? That girl's the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. Is Motham a Pokemon? I don't know. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. Oh, okay. So you're saying she used the master key. Have you played Hollow Knight, Beth? I can see you liking that game. Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well, in general. Oh, right. Okay, I remember Motham now. Yep. Yep, I recognize this Pokemon. GTA 5. I gotta play more GTA 5. I only, like, just barely touched it. There's so many forgettable Pokemon. That's because there are so many Pokemon, period. You can't remember all of them. That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. I was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there was anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. It seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. There's gotta be, like, a Who's That Pokemon site, right? Because that sounds like it could be fun. See which ones I recognize. Oh. Sick. How do I spell Ampharos? Yeah, I don't know what that one is. Ursola? Man, there's so many weird ones. I recognize this Pokemon, I don't know what it's called. Bronzor, that's it. Oh no, how do I spell this? I don't know how to spell this. Whatever. Yeah, yeah. If I ever, like, play Pokemon on stream, I'm gonna get up to, like, Sun and Moon and then stop. How's the Pal World lawsuit going? If Nintendo lost, that would be fucking wild. GTA mod. That's funny that Nintendo only wants $65,000 in damages. Like, that's really cheap, like, just a drop in the bucket, but it would set, like, a bad precedence if they won. Like, Palworld isn't gonna stop existing if they lose the lawsuit. But, like, it could be bad for, like, other games that want to do, like, monster catching stuff. Which Nintendo very much does not own monster catching. Like, there's other games that do that. It's
pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. Luxray dies in the anime. That's funny. I mean, Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the oh, I went back. Oh, I already... Okay. I thought we were still reading the initial testimony. I didn't realize we were in cross-examination. My bad. It's pretty obvious Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key.
Hold it!
Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on staff at this time of night. And she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? Remember when Ash almost died like 8 times? Yeah, and he's still 10 years old. That's, true, but... I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. I like that the entire span of Ash's adventure is in less than a year, apparently.
Who's that Pokemon? It's Pikachu!
Classic. Oh god, completionist. Wasn't able to. What's that supposed to mean? Can I guess this Pokemon? Tuvox. Yes, moving on. I'd hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. I actually saw, like, the English dub cast of Pokemon in person at Twin Cities Con. I wasn't really paying attention to their panel, though. I was just waiting for the Vivziepop panel. They did bring up, what happened to Misty and Jesse's VA, though. That's pretty tragic. Yes, moving on. I'd hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. What do you mean, unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. But you can't really trust her not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Not so fast. I too am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Bird, if you please. I discovered that the Master Key was missing at around 1 AM, sir. Did I used to be a bigger fan of Pokemon? Yeah. My first Pokemon game was not a mainline game. It was, Okay, my first exposure to the Pokemon franchise was the anime. I was watching the anime before I played any of the games. My first Pokemon game was Pokemon Stadium for the Nintendo 64, which isn't a mainline game. It is fun, though. After that, I had Hey You Pikachu. And then, finally, I was able to get a mainline Pokemon game, by Generation 3. My start with the mainline franchise was, Pokemon Sapphire, which I still have my Pokemon Sapphire cart to this day. I even replaced the battery inside it. Which is very nerve-wracking. I remember I bought, like, a copy of Pokemon Emerald off eBay for, like, more than $100 or some stupid fucking price, because everybody does that now. I had my dad, like, solder the new battery on because I was terrified of replacing it. And now I realize I didn't really need to do that, because you can literally trade between authentic cartridges and, like, flash carts. That was like the most shocking thing to find, was that I could have just got a fucking flash cart. I kind of assumed they wouldn't work no matter what, because you can't trade between, like, an authentic Pokemon copy and a reproduction cart. But apparently it works for flash carts. And if you're ever, trying to buy carts, you have to keep an eye out for whether a cart is real or fake. There's a few ways to find out. Let's see. This appears to be an authentic cart. Font's correct. ESRB rating is correct. Everything looks right. The back of the cart is also important. All the Gen 3 games have these little 4 squares in the top left corner on the back of the cart. If that's not there, it's not a real cart. There's gotta be like a repro cart I can use for reference. Okay, hold on. Here's an image of a real cart versus a fake one. You can see the ESRB E is much smaller. The Nintendo font is incorrect. The Nintendo seal of approval looks weird. The background isn't shiny. Yeah. There's always a way to tell. It's kind of like when you play Animal Crossing and you need to tell between, like, real pieces of art that Red is selling and, like, fakes. What do you mean by missing? As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this is an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. It's similar, but when you know what to look for, you can spot a fake pretty easily. I remember for $10, I got a box of reproduction carts that I didn't realize were repro carts, but it was only $10, so I didn't exactly get ripped off. I got it off Amazon. But those were useful because I was able to use them as, like, reference. Where it's like, okay, I know what the fake carts look like. Also, I lost a screw to one of my, I lost the screw to my Sapphire cart, and for a while I had to, like, use electrical tape to keep it together. So I just, removed a screw from one of the repro carts and just put it in. So I have an authentic Sapphire with one screw that would make people think it's fake. Someone on Facebook Marketplace is selling. What the fuck? I don't even want to show that on screen. I'm deleting that just to be safe. What the hell? I didn't consent to seeing thick Pikachu. I can't believe someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir! If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the Master Key now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. A likely story. And where's your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again. I clicked the link and wish I didn't. Mistakes were made. I never lose things! I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Kurtwood, it was a fake Pokemon card where Pikachu has a huge ass, and all of the moves are like Thunderclap or whatever. It was very dumb. Mimikyu. I love when a Niv knows we're talking about Pokemon. Yeah, pal, trust me, you don't want to test just how bad her luck is. Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. I guess, if you want, Electrica. White dragon, wit, blue eye, earth. A dragon in the legend with the magic power to destroy all the opponents. Cool. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth. But you still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. Or motive for killing the fucking guy. Her motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? Oh, hold on. The killer and thief are two different people, but I guess Jock doesn't know that. Or, I guess he does. He is the killer, but whatever. I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counterattack with a few facts of my own. Her intent? From the messed up shelves to the wiped down safe, I'd say thievery. Yeah, this is definitely where the contradiction is. I'm gonna try to kind of speed through the early cases because, you know, we did like the 3 fucking first cases of this game.
Objection!
Do you wish to continue insisting that Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Tim Potato Chips? If Tim's Potato Chips are a thing here, I don't remember. Why not? It's the truth after all. Oops. Checking my notifications real quick. I will be right back. You're from Minnesota too, Kurtwood? Cool. Alright, be right back. Yeah, as I was walking away, I remembered that we have been over this. I'm sorry, I forgot, Kurtwood.
Okay. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe, the existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. Ah! I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was part of her cunning plan. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted. Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Hey, Tammy. Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? Curses, why? What made you... What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes. What did you just say? We were partners, like inseparable, conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes. Then that means... Yeah, I know. I only just told him too. Obviously it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. Now he's claiming that the victim was the thief? And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird. Excuse me? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. This guy could not act more fucking guilty with his dumb theories. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that, not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key. He looks so out of place in this image. Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us, unless... Well, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. Yeah, 3: doesn't work quite as well as 3. Has he no honor? Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out! This is Mr. Edgeworth's office! Ah, but I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees, and therefore, ineligible to run this show. Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit. Thanks, Tammy. I try. Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But sir... We have no choice but to accommodate his request. For now. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Is it just me, or does Edgeworth look skinnier? Yeah, maybe. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful.
Mark my words, Mr. Portsman, we will meet again. If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now don't disappoint me, you hear? To be continued. There's been a murder, I do declare. I'm just realizing Knives Out would make for, like, a good video game. Like, a fucking Ace Attorney investigation style game where you play as Benoit Blanc. That could be a lot of fun, I think. You could make, like, some good shit. What is with that prosecutor? Can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable! The most we have is Benoit Blanc as an Among Us skin, for some reason. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. Since when has, like, Gumshoe been remotely professional? I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir. Edgeworth, why are you flapping your fucking mouth? You're not talking. But we've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. Maggie, like, everyone else's mouths don't move. It's like just Edgeworth. It's so weird. True. So then what now? Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. Huh? Really, sir? For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. 1202. Those 4 numbers on a plate alone proclaim this to be my office. Whoops. Hey, these number plates slide right out, sir. They have to be able to take the plate off when a room becomes vacant, you know. Why? They're just number plates. Why would the room number be different? That's funny, Electrica. Although the idea that it can be easily removed is kind of... Yeah, why would the plates need to be removed? If the plate had Edgeworth's name on it, it's like, okay. You could take that out when Edgeworth doesn't work there anymore. But no, the room number should change, like, no matter what. Also, hinges on the outside. Excuse me, can we address this? A minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood. It's sturdily made, making it near impossible to break in by force. The hinges are outside! I'm looking at them! I could get in this door with a fucking screwdriver! It's almost majestic, sir. I wish I could be as stately as this door. Only Gumshoe would praise a door as something greater than himself. You can unscrew them so easily? I've done it! I have removed doors from their hinges before. Like, I have helped with replacing doors in my life. Being a detective has its own rewards, and a certain virtuous value, I think. Yeah, this is a universe where you can't take door hinges apart. So if the door is, like, jammed or something... Like, if you need to replace the door, you are shit out of luck.
If you live up to your full potential, that's a poignant trait that anyone can admire. I see. So you're saying, sir, that me being me is the best thing I can do for everyone? Right. That long pause wasn't exactly reassuring, sir. We're never acknowledging the hinges being on the outside. Yeah, you would have to saw around the hinges and, like, ruin the door frame. This is a universe where if you need a door replaced, like, the entire frame needs to be removed. Okay. What's a basketball doing here? That's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. I heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis. And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. It looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. Be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly, post-haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. How gracious. I will keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Chat? Who is this? I don't recognize this character. Who the fuck is this? Never seen this man before. I didn't know Dr. Kleiner was in Ace Attorney. I was making a joke, Dom. Yeah, that's Winston Payne. Or I think it's Winston. Winston has, like, a twin brother. There's a lot of, like, the Payne family. It's really weird. And they're all just kind of the same character. Great Ace Attorney takes place in the past, in, like, the 1920s or something. I saw the first case of that. Winston Payne is in that game, too. Just, it's a different Payne. It's just this really weird running character. Yeah, I don't remember. It was another pun, because Winston Payne's name is, like, winced, like cringing, winced in pain. It was something similar to that. This office. 1203. Hey Maggie, whose room is this again? It's Mr. Portsman, sir. So he's my new neighbor, I see. I suppose he moved in while I was away overseas. Yeah, he's not gonna be your neighbor for long. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It's... Ah, isn't that the missing Zero Series file? No doubt about it. The bloody letters mark it clear as day. How did it get under there? There seem to be a few pages missing. Gaspin Pain! That's correct. Gaspin Pain. I remember now. Winston... Yeah, Pain being forgettable is also a running joke in the series, because they had a thing where, like, Phoenix thought back to all of his friends, like everyone he met in the first game, where it's like, Maya, thank you so much for blah blah blah. Like, Edgeworth, blah 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 blah. And then he gets to Winston Payne, and he's like, who is this guy again? Thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So what are these Zero files about, sir? I guess they've got something worth stealing in them, huh? Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files. However, The cases within these files are not mine. Huh? They belong to the High Prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. Lana Sky? I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. Head Prosecutor before Edgeworth was Lana Sky, so... I guess these are her files? I don't know. Then that means the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right? Wait, no, Edgeworth had this... No, wait. Edgeworth was head prosecutor during the Lana Sky trial, right? So he already had his office. I'm confusing myself. Anyway. It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing. I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. Yeah, we went... The first time we ever saw Edgeworth's office was in Rise from the Ashes. A well-crafted, high-quality sofa for visitors. The stitching is excellent. Alright, calm down. It's a pretty normal sofa. There's not even a back on it. Talk about a luxury waiting area. These babies are also great for napping, you know. There's no back on it. There's nowhere to lean your back. You would sleep even out here, detective, in a hallway. Whenever I do, I always wind up dreaming about giving testimony up on the stand. But it always ends the same way, me getting trounced by a lawyer. Isn't that awful? Maybe I should give it a try sometime, to envision myself winning, naturally. Don't tell JD Vance. Fair. Oh. I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. I don't like how those 3 dots in her eyes are spinning. I guess she's supposed to have shiny eyes, but this is just scary. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. Yeah, her eyes are just black. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her with tea. I'm just a lowly security guard, so I'm not sure what I should do with that other than to guard it. It's like talking to another gumshoe. Key that figures. Oh, so when did you discover the key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 AM, sir. And I noticed it was back around 2:30 AM. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those 2 times, it was not gone, but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Always, you say? Except for this time, correct? Well, I admit that I was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I just realized there's something important I have to do before I forget. Hold on.
Alright, I'm back.
Well, I admit that was a bit careless, but I had my reasons.
I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key. What did you mean by you used the master key?
Oh, I had to use the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? Ah!
What is it?
That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsman, sir.
What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly.
It was around 12 a.m. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir.
And that's when you loaned the master key to him?
No way. It's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir.
I see. And then? What happened after that?
Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think.
So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Talk about suspicious. I doubt you can say that you never left your keys at home, detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. I like that the background is like Edgeworth's office, like darkened. Room 1203. I take it this is Portsman's door.
Yeah, you can't mistake it just because of that basketball hoop, sir. Oh, that reminds me. Mr. Portsman had actually wanted room 1202 really badly. But since you're already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, we put him next door.
So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202?
I'm not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd.
Yep, that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why. I can think of at least 3. Ugh, why am I wasting my time thinking about this?
Ugh.
Mr. Portsman's personal basketball hoop. I can't believe he put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office. You know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here. How long have I had the same office, and yet you still managed to get lost? A minimalist yet classy door made of top-quality wood. Isn't this like the same dialogue? Even Mr. Portsman seems dignified just because he works behind one of these. Nonsense. A man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works. Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Oh, sorry, that was Gumshoe. Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne? I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. He thinks Mr. Payne is the janitor. Wow, Edgeworth. I mean, it's pretty fair. The door is locked tight. I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, not a credit card trick, but a screwdriver trick.
Because you can literally just use a screwdriver to take the fucking hinges out, god damn it. Whatever. I'm gonna calm down now. This is the office of a high prosecutor detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. Come on! The hinges are on the outside. You're driving me insane. What's funny is the game, like, the hinges have nothing to do with anything. Like, all they had to do was not draw them. All they had to do was not draw the hinges. Why did you do that? Might I advise you return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from. Isn't there an option to, like, scroll down? What's a basketball hoop doing here? Edgeworth, we were just over this. Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago? So when and why was it moved outdoors? I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently. Drag it?! I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself. All the way up the 12th floor. I remember one time my sister bought a couch when she was living on the 5th floor of our apartment. And these guys just kinda like... The guys who brought the house, who brought the couch, like... They're like, no, regulation-wise, we only go up to floor 3. We're not allowed to go to floor 5. It's like, what the fuck? Also, they damaged the door frame of the apartment building on the way out, and the landlord screamed at them. The landlord got very aggressive. I don't see any signs of forced entry. According to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir. Meaning the door really was opened with a key. Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob? Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped, they think. Yeah, I sure wonder how someone could get into this office without using the doorknob. Let it go. Just fucking let it go, Olivia. Am I on the A team yet? Yes, Aniv. Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. You know, this whole situation could be solved just by having a security camera in the hallway. Like, I already remember, Portsman switched the plates. That was the mystery. If this office had a fucking camera, this wouldn't be an issue. We would know he did it. Hey, Tora. Good to see you. Is everything alright? Yes, sir! You must know, I weighed myself this morning, and I am finally at 154 pounds. Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway in this room. Edgeworth, where are you pointing? Oh, everything's okay, sir. A word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight. Damn. There's no check mark. 69 kilos. Nice. I already went over this. Did the game give me a hint? Alright, I remember being stuck here before. I'm so mad because Aniv posts fucking Torah Boy Kisser, but never posts mine. Sorry, what did that say? It's domesticate every office in the building. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Trans photo. Can't present profiles, I guess. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen it a couple times, but when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun. Just once, I'd have loved to play with them. It sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir. On second thought, I don't think I'd have fit in at all with them. Miss Maggie Bird, correct. I take it that you are an acquaintance of the detective? She was under my supervision back when she was still in the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder and things started going downhill, so she quit. Twice. She has been caught up in a murder twice. This is number 3. But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought, until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night. You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct? Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Hmm? Yeah, Maggie picked, luck as her dump stat. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and now I've managed to get named a criminal just when I've become a security guard. You also got named a criminal just when you became a cop. Also, you got named a criminal just when you became a waitress. Yes! Maggie was there during 9/11. She's survived 9/11, don't ask. I can't believe Maggie was on the plane. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. Yeah, she ended up taking the seat that Seth MacFarlane was supposed to be in. You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird. What do you need to worry about yourself? That's kind of like an alt history thing that's weird to think about. What if Seth MacFarlane did board the plane? That would be such a weird part of history. Like, oh yeah, the World Trade Center collapsed, and also the guy who made Family Guy is dead. Where's DB Cooper when we need him? He's too busy being a fucking stain on the forest floor getting picked apart by wolves. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. What am I doing? This is the only place without a check mark, but Edgeworth says I already checked everything. Why would you steal something and leave it behind? Looks like our thief only took what was needed. What are those with 0 files? Didn't I just explain that a few minutes ago? Yeah, this is mostly just the same text. Oh! I forgot about the fucking logic mechanic. I'm so stupid. I probably have to combine, like, logic pieces. Master key was stolen. Use the master key. Wait, someone stole the key, which means someone must have used the key. Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. What? No way, pal! I mean, sir. I like that she turned into Gumshoe for a second. You said that you locked up Mr. Portman's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? Oh, the Ace Attorney games are fucking awesome, Tammy. I actually played through, like, the entire series on stream. Still need to release the fucking VODs, I guess. I have some, like, OBS local recordings. I'm just too lazy. Yeah, we haven't finished, fucking Spirit of Justice. I'll get to Spirit of Justice eventually. I hate Spirit of Justice. I hate it so much. It's so bad. You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office around 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. I need to do all the games past Ace 3. Didn't you play Apollo Justice? You were complaining about Turnabout Serenade that one time in chat. Yeah. Yeah, I like Apollo Justice. When I think of the Ace Attorney games, Case 2 is the worst. Yeah, the one with, like, that's the one with Waki Kitaki, right? The fucking, like, Fox Twink kid. I hate that guy. No, the concert's the third one, I think. I like the concert. I think it's way better than, the other fucking case before it. I will say Case 3 is the worst when it comes to, the second game. Anyway. However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. That's funny, Kurtwood. Wow, nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten all about that, but thanks to you, I remember now. You're right, it was around that very time that I realized the master key was missing. And? Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? You should. It's the responsible thing to do. So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. That's a shitty thing to do. You suck at your job, Maggie. What the fuck? Oh, I like the final case. The final case is, like, pretty sick. You pretended. Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then. Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Ace 2 is the worst in the series. Spirit of Justice is worse. Ace Attorney 2 has Case 2-4, which is fucking peak. Like, Case 2-4 is, like, still considered, like, one of the best cases. Yeah, 2-4. They had the best and worst cases directly next to each other. Yeah, case 2-3, where you need to defend a pedophile. I'm sorry. I know Edgeworth's whole thing is like... Not Edgeworth. Phoenix's whole thing is like, I have to find the truth. But, like, do you? The alternative is a groomer goes to prison, and Acro goes free. Which, yeah, Acro did kill someone, which is fucked up, but, like, I would much rather see the groomer go to jail. Not compatible, huh? I guess I need more logic pieces. Now what? I've had to open Mr. Portsman's office up for him a number of times before. I've also had the chance to see the inside of his office on a number of occasions, too. He's got shelves upon shelves of sports memorabilia, trophies, and awards in it. To the point where it's almost beyond gaudy, sir. I need scissors. 61. Maybe I just feel that way because I'm jealous since I don't have a single one. Don't say that, Maggie. I'll make a special Guard of the Month award just for you. An award that carries about as much weight as a 420 award. Thanks for trying, but I've already got a mountain of consolation prizes, sir. They're proof of just how unbelievably unlucky my life has been. Later November. I like how fucking boomers just hate consolation prizes. God forbid we give a child a reward for trying. Plus, getting an award from you just isn't the same as getting a real award, sir. Ouch. Mm. Isn't there a way to, like, pan down? There we go. Now I can pan down, I think. Or no, I have to deduce something. Okay. Objection. There is a check mark next to the magnifying glass. That implies that I've seen everything, which was the case earlier. But now it's like, oh. Like, of course I wasn't figuring this shit out. Alright, deduce.
The spots are not connected to any of the evidence I hold. Enough with the damn hinges. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember what I do here. There's no reason to check 1202, I suppose. I'm thinking either the plaque or the handle. This location contradicts this piece of evidence. I don't see anything wrong at all, sir. Did I get the wrong one? It's not showing, like, the... Oh, there it is. I know the answer is that Portsman switched the plaques around. I don't know how you get to the proper conclusion, though. The worst part about knowing the answer to the mystery beforehand is that I'm trying to think about how to get to the plaque conclusion when, like... there's, like, so many steps in between. Master key was stolen, so she couldn't lock up. Do I do the door and the fucking... Eureka! Fucking finally. That's so weird. That one was kind of weird to figure out. There's a contradiction here between reality and the evidence. If what Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight? Huh? You know, you're right. Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I'm certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed it himself that I hadn't. Which means... what, sir? Hello, aspiring wannabe. Welcome to chat. Good to see you. It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. She opened a different door, but how can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine these. That's lovely. All we need to do is we need to examine these. Okay, now do I go to the fucking number plate? Nope, not yet. The doorknob would be wiped clean or something, right? Or wait. The prints on the doorknob will tell us everything. Hey you! Yeah you, pal! Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So, what'd you find out? There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective. Sir, I have found only Mr. Sportsman and Mr. Faith's prints on this doorknob. So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. Huh? I'm lost, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's prints should be on this knob as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Take that!
Now we can get to the plate conclusion. Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent? Yeah, when Edgeworth said this knob, I also thought of the word for dick. Probably because Edgeworth is British. So you'd think, yeah, whatever. Or at least, I think he's British. I think he's usually, like, British. Whatever. Yeah, knob in the UK is a word that's ruined as much as balls in the US. You mean... Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Tora, you're an Aussie. You don't get to make fun of British slang. What have we here? There's a love letter under the door. Bell End is fun. I like Wanker, too. That's like a fun one. I like British insults. What is this? What's like... What's like the British term for like a creep again? Nonce. Nonce. Yeah, I remember I saw some graffiti ones where they spray painted Prince Andrew is a nonce. Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. And it's very blurry. I need glasses. Have I seen the in-betweeners? No. I brought 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later. Buddy. It looks like a note from the victim. Yeah, it's from Mr. Portsman. What's this? Now we can see the basketball hoop has been moved. What are you looking at, sir? Hey, how about a game? That's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off. Hey, you're right, sir. Guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk. That just reminded me of one of the most insane news clips I've ever seen. Yeah, this news reporter is reporting on, like, I think a high school student who managed to make the basket throwing the ball backwards, like, not even looking.
What was supposed to be a prank on a teacher instead backfired on the students. A blindfolded half-court shot that is now the talk of campus and beyond.
Holy shit.
Are you kidding me?
It went in. You know,
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Is that on tape?
Yeah.
It went in.
You are kidding me.
I'm going like this so I can get the call in the background. It went in. I'm gonna.
I like the lady going like, oh my god.
That is now the talk of campus and beyond.
You! Like, she's just so caught off guard. Like, even he doesn't believe it. Like, I didn't sync that, did I? Did I actually get that? What a sick fucking clip. Irish clip?
It was a wintry walk to school in Port Village, but they're a hardy breed in these parts.
Well, the mother says we had to go anyway. We hadn't much a choice in the matter, but sure.
It's a cold journey to school this morning.
Oh, God, you wouldn't belong getting frostbite.
It's nice to look at, but
Irish accents, man. I didn't understand a fucking word of that.
Well, the mother says we had to go anyway. We hadn't much a choice in the matter, but sure.
It's a cold journey to school this morning.
Oh, God, you wouldn't belong getting frostbite.
it's nice to look.
That is the most Irish thing I heard in my fucking life. Oh my god. Frostbite.
Cold journey to school this morning.
Go anyway. We hadn't much a
Breed in these parts.
Well, the mother says we had to go anyway. We hadn't much a choice in the matter, but sure.
It's a cold journey to school this morning.
Reminds me of like fucking... Yeah.
What do you think of that, Mr. Pajama wearing, basket face slipper wielding, Clyde Street Buckle, gather up and blade maw blithering gomerel, Jesse off looking stoner, Nif Lucas and milk drinking, soy face show pit min moved, sniveling worm-eyed hootin' block, vile stooging calibrate tatty.
What's funny is that, YouTube subtitles used to work on this video. It doesn't anymore. After some sort of fucking update. But what's funny is that if you had the subtitles on when they were available, the subtitles give up after a while. Like, I'm not even joking, the subtitles give up. They, like, transcribe a few words, and then partway through this clip, it just stops. The subtitles don't get it either. Also, while I'm here, let's make fun of Limmy again.
There's some Scottish people that can't...
Purple burglar alarm.
There's some Scottish people that can't say purple burglar alarm. 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 Burglar. Purple burglar.
Remind me the next time I'm in VC with Beth to get her to say purple burglar alarm. The positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. I better take note of this. Poking around in this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely. Huh? How so, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat. With the real culprit of this case. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, like it wasn't obvious already. As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman. What? Mr. Portsman? I knew it! That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me too. I suspect it was him
from the entity accused Maggie being the killer, sir. That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen. Bitches, bros, and non-binary hoes. Where is that clip? I have not seen this show. I just remember this specific English dub line doing the rounds on Twitter.
Hey, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes.
That is a fire translation.
Hey, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes.
Non-binary hoes. So funny. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door. This show is so gay. Have you seen that show? What was it called? Skate something? Canadian? What do you mean, and Canadian? Is it not an anime? I thought it was like an anime that was like translated from Japanese to English and people were mad at that localization choice. Or do you mean they have a bunch of Canadian VAs? Or like the dubbing companies in Canada? I honestly don't know. The main character is Canadian? In an anime? Okay. I'm used to anime, like, most anime seems to take place in either Japan or America, so that... wasn't expecting that. Mr. Portsman, I finished processing the bloody letters, sir. Alright, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. Hold on. Why does my belly button hurt? It's so weird. Ow. Was not able to get anything to eat, but I made dinner plans with my dad. Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this. Raw! Did he just toss evidence? What a fucking idiot. Man, that reminds me of, like... Okay, so before I was a video editor, I worked in an Amazon warehouse, like, just kind of, like, sorting boxes and shit. Like, that was just my job, was sorting boxes. And I had a coworker who thought it was funny to, like, unprompted, like, hey, be like, hey, catch! And then threw a fucking package at me for me to catch. And I actually kind of yelled at him, because it's like, you could have damaged whose ever package this is, dude. Like, why did you do that? And it fucking hit the ground, it hit the concrete. God, I hope that wasn't fragile. No idea what was in the package. I was so annoyed, like, why would you do that? Why would you throw a package? Someone paid for that. You better hope whatever's in there wasn't fragile. Your copy of Persona Q came in today? Woo! Fire! Awesome! I love Persona Q. Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. And a line for you, Portsman. We've got you now. Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jock Sportsman, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay, if you promise to stay out of our way. You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job. I can see right through that unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. You got a copy of Tetsuo today? Awesome. I'm sure Adam will do a watch-along. Who'd ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Yeah, I'm wondering when we're playing, like, the Death Note game. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know. Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for now is explaining yourself. Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. Well, aren't we full of ourselves, even though you have yet to prove anything. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how may I ask do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Sorry, but we are not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something? I'll show you what I'm basing my accusations on. With evidence. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but... there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit.
Hold it!
Oh? And what, pray tell, kind of evidence are we talking about here? Jim was my partner, so you can't say I had a motive for killing him.
And that's it? That's not even an anthill, let alone a mountain. But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree? That's what he describes as a mountain of evidence. Might I recommend that you review what the word evidence means? It doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer. Besides, how may I ask do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? No presenting profiles, okay.
Objection!
I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Objection!
Wait, hold on a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely, you were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right, you used your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key.
Take that!
You had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know? But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it? What? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door. See? Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet what if you had misled her, to fool her into thinking what you wanted? And how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right, they do slide out pretty easily, for some reason. There's no reason for them to be number plates. Like, the plate could literally just say Edgeworth, and the other one can say Portsman, and this plot would still work. Why do the number plates slide out? That's weird. Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours, and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make Bird think it was his room? Made Bird think it was his room.
Take that!
What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. I guess number plates make more sense if lawyers get replaced often. That still doesn't explain it. Like, what? Why would the room number need to change? It's not the prosecutor's number. It's a room number. There's no reason why the plates should be removable. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It would make more sense if the plates had, like, the last name of the prosecutor. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. That's very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman's. There are signs that the hoop has been moved. To sit it in front of my office, to be sure. I see. So that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture's a little off the racetrack. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird's as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. Damn! Shots fired. Literally.
My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday.
Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. Man, I still loved, Maya's... The best part of Spirit of Justice was Maya's little go-off queen moment, where she just starts tearing into Rafa. That was fire. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me.
Objection!
That was a lie. What are you talking about? How is that a lie? This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. Yeah, the shit Maya said about Rafa was true. A note? It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, but you're out. This was during the case where Maya was accused, which... I really didn't like that the game made me defend Maya again. That is so fucking exhausting. I've defended Maya so many times. Why does she need to be like Princess Peach and be in danger in every fucking game? At least in case 2-4, she was abducted. At least that was a bit different. And right here it says, but you're out. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. She might be a fucking... Get in on the action. Gotta catch them all, but they keep escaping. So then, where were you and what were you doing? Ah! Your Maya Fey is in another courthouse. Shall I explain it to you in full detail? You were... Yes! Yes! It's the song! It's the song! Crank that shit! It's already at max. You were busy snooping around in my room. The very room you had Miss Bird open for you. That's just nonsense. You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me. Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence. No way! This is proof positive that you had Miss Bird open this door for you. So good. So fucking good. Oh my god.
Take that!
I had your door... Is that an electric guitar? This is a remix! Fire! Oh, so good. My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do I have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her print should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Ah! Further, all of the prints on my office doorknobs have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room his occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. And just what's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me, is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What? Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all, and he even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already. And as I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that doorknob down well. Eh? I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched, which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. I have suddenly become a severe germaphobe. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim and my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Yeah, I meant to say germophobia. Germophobia. Fear of the germa-sus face. Which a lot of analog horror fans seem to have. For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example. Why are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters. Although that's no excuse. Now that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size. But you can't prove that, can you? Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir. Holtzman makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realized I had one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. If memory serves, you came back to this office around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself. This totally isn't me bluffing so I can get out of here and, like, flee the country before you actually ask them. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him around 2 a.m. You see? All of the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct? There's no arrows? Okay, that's weird. Oh, there they are. It was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Let's press.
Hold it!
You are correct, it was around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're on spot with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit.
Hold it!
It is as you say, however. Yes, however, you are the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Objection!
Oh, come now, I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? I love how antagonistic the suspects always are. I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. If I was, like, falsely accused of murder, I wouldn't get sassy with the person accusing me. I would just be like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? It only matters that you ran into the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs.
Hold it!
So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit. Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi.
Hold it!
Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. A number of detectives said they saw you around that time. See? I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Ugh. Impossible. He actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we've reached the end of the line, and it's time to get off this crazy train. Going off the rails on this crazy train. You there. Sir, please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle. Maggie! Detective Gumshoe! Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. If only I had a clue. Did I miss something that can help cast doubt on his alibi? I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic. Files in disarray. Mr. Portsman's alibi. Another handgun. It's gotta be the handgun, I think. Hell yeah. There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life. And one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. I mean, you weren't wearing it anyway, you had it in a frame. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once. Meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person. Which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Files in disarray, another visitor. That's not really how you put puzzle pieces together. You don't ram them together, that just damages the puzzle. You put them, like, on top.
Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were upended twice. You ram them? Okay. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and after the murder. Electrica, are you okay? What are you trying to say? So it shouldn't be much of a stretch. It's cool, okay? So it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that it was the work of two different people. Electrica saying what his favorite killer clown movie is. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun. Bad Gamer Electrica deleted Bad Gamer Electrica's message. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it. And once again after the murder by a second culprit. Who was the owner of the second gun? If we suppose the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back...
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumption regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth? Sir, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer. That may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. A thief? But, sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, two culprits stole into my office tonight. What do you mean, two? Yeah, this office is very insecure. Maybe if we didn't put the fucking hinges on the outside! It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were two guns. Yeah, the body is just there. Yeah, he's starting to smell. Oh my god, even in the fucking, like, flashback art, you can see the hinges on the outside. Why? Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office. Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Ugh. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right? Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? But why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir? As far as Olivia is concerned, this case hinges on one piece of evidence. He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the office, why he's in the area. That doesn't work, Electrica. The cheese grater only works on raccoons, not tigers. But that's when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right? And he must have thought it was cool. He must have thought it was odd. So he came into this office to check it out. Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. The Peepo, like, flipping the bird emote is pretty good. Mostly because he's smiling while he does it. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman. Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him. And then... he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing.
This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left the fake dying message behind. He's such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, hey wizard, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another visitor, sir? Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize. The stolen zero file, right, sir? Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter. So the shelves getting messed up twice and the two bullets. It was all because of two different people were doing different things at two different times. I read that weird. I said different like 3 times. Precisely. So, now do you see Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief and was not in fact Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know the murder took place during the first culprit's visit. What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth, after all. But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right. It would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Ugh, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir! But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir. I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. The person you met really was just a plain old thief. And why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course, now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions. I don't think it's all dead-ended if you find your alibi. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. Interesting that the music is like kind of a techno vibe now. That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've said, I was training in my room. When Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. Hold on, let me press.
Hold it!
Actually, no, I wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Faith's killer was very clearly left those letters on the spines of those files. And it was after they were on there that the thief stole one of them. You mean the Zero files, right? And that's how we also know letters themselves were a setup and not from Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Ah! Maybe the killer just didn't think that either. Yeah, that must be it. Maybe, just maybe. We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby.
Hold it!
Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything. After all, I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room.
Hold it!
But according to Mr. Faith's note... Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we already say that Jim left the note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say just before he was murdered. I don't have any, no. You see? So I insist again that it was in my office the entire time. I was in my office the entire time. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs.
Hold it!
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? Ah, that's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. Dirt nap. You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? They were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks. He brought me 2 items, a gun and a pendant, that are related to yesterday's case. Gun and pendant. He brought 3 pieces of evidence, not 2.
Objection!
Only 2 pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail. Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read, carefully.
Ah, it says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces.
Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. I can't believe to get tripped up by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe. You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Don't come any closer! I'm warning you! This is all part of the investigation, pal, so don't even think about stopping me. No! Hey, what's this? You had this on him, sir. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. But why would he hide something like that? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to the person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. KG8 incident. The KG8 incident. That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video is evidence from that case? It's never good when there's 2 letters, dash, and then a number. DL7, SL9. All of these cases end up being the most horrible thing ever.
Does that mean this video is evidence from that case? Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. E621, true. Let's give the casing a thorough once-over. Blood! Oh, that's blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? No! No! You got it all wrong! No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video?
Yeah, it's totally suspicious.
Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints. If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones here would belong to the murderers, you and Mr. Faith. No, impossible. Got him. Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. We did it, Reddit. Yes, unfortunately, we do not get Reddit gold, because the killer just ate it. Very good. And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. Yummers. The blood work came back, and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. Dream Cowboy. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth.
I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in the murder in my office. Please, accept my apologies.
Aw, it was nothing, really. Compared to what I've been through, I mean. I consider myself lucky.
You do not consider yourself lucky. That it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and murder this time.
If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air.
I think I'm finally rising up from goddess misfortune to just unlucky person. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail. I don't think we've... voice crack, sorry. I don't think we've seen, like, Maggie since the 3rd game, except for maybe, like, a cameo I'm forgetting. You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor. Guys, Bird has been accused of selling weapons to the Iranians and giving the profits to the Contras. God damn it! She can't keep getting away with it! She might be back in investigations, too. I haven't really played that, save for the first case. And why would you say he was corrupt? Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he used is forged, sir. Forged evidence, huh? And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons.
Oh, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession.
Yeah, we never should have accepted a fucking... someone who apparently got a sports scholarship through law school somehow. We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office. Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up. Although we can be pretty certain that it was to steal something. This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes. Oh? Well, well. If Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this. Huh? That Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy? I didn't say that, but rather there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance to this piece of evidence.
Take that!
The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night. Yeah, I wonder who it was. And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? I know who. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Yes? I came across this while processing your office earlier, sir. This card! What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there? It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven. A three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective. Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? The great thief everyone's talking about. Yes, it is the mark of the great thief Yatagarasu. If you've played Persona, you've probably heard of Yatagarasu before, but it is a mythological raven that has 3 legs instead of 2. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence, and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without the target noticing. If only that's how it worked in Persona 5, that would simplify things. Yeah. The only way we can get the treasure is if we, like, immediately piss off whoever we're after. Some days later, the evidence that was found is set out to the mass media. Along with this single card. No, the whole calling card thing in Persona 5, I get it, it works. It works, like, dramatically. Although it's been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look! Something's written on the back. What? Let me see. It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files. So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. You were being sarcastic. I mean, I knew you were being... I'm a little confused. Oh, boring at all. Oh, because it's like a trope, right? Sorry, I'm trying to, like, understand what you're saying. Yatagarasu. Organization. Quite a few keywords are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. I'm saying that yes, sending the cards is dumb when you were trying to be sneaky. Yeah, in this game's case. In Persona, they don't have a choice. It's something they have to do. Yeah, leaving the card is dumb. That's not something you would want to do in real life, but it does, just posted some screenshots in stream chat. Give me a sec.
Oh. From Legends Arceus. My Luxray is bigger. Because I use an Alpha Luxray. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief Yotogarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming. Or they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. The end of chapter 1, anyway.
Turnabout visitor. Nice. Alright. That's enough. I guess I'll see you guys for, Shark Stream later. Yeah, good game. We're done. We're raiding Shay. Later, everybody. I don't get a lot of opportunities to raid Shay. Yeah, we can talk about Legends Arceus more later, Beth, if you want. Just, like, message me on Discord.
There's a reason Daima looks amazing in Super Dinin is because the production schedule, and it's a combination of the worst production schedule you've ever seen in your life, and also a lead designer who peaked in the 90s and unfortunately